Well, hello there. Gosh, I'm low in the frame today. There we go. I moved it to clean off the dust on the lens. Hopefully, it won't be blurry again today. All right. So, we were going to do some stuff. We need some diagram here. Let's get you over here. That one. All right. So, we were going to do like a proof of concept for this idea of the toggly and how to communicate that, hey, you should click on this to open this sort of thing. So let's just do basically two frames here with headers that you can click on, and we will see how that feels and if we can really execute that well or not, and go from there. Let's also double check everything's hunky-dory there. We'll also kind of feel out to see how it feels, right? Let's open the docs and take a quick peek at this because the there might be something here that we can use. I don't think we want to use splits, but none of these are quite. I thought there was like some basic animation stuff in here that we might be able to use. Animate. There is. Animate any widget. Okay. T. Okay. So it looks like we just need to set them up to work as we want them, and then we can possibly add animation in the on click to make them like shrink or something. And if it becomes like awkward and awful, we'll just shelf that idea, right? But it would be kind of cool. And if we can do it easily, then why not? So I'm going to minimize that because it's really distracting out of the corner of my eye. We'll get our mock-up over here. I also forgot to open my terminal. That's squared away. And what do we have here? We have main that has changed a little bit. That should be just where we put in our... Oh, I just deleted an empty line. Okay, perfect. Main is... Close you down, or collapse you rather. Main is set to open the attribute editor, and this is going to be... That's fine. The name doesn't really matter that much. And right now we just have... We actually don't want to splits. We've gone away with that idea. Just make a frame and grow it. And then we're going to want to have... In fact, this might all go into a custom widget. Let's give that a shot. New directory. I want to do that. It's a very loud helicopter. I think there might be a dust storm coming too. If it kicks up, I'll have to run off real quick and shut some stuff. Hopefully not. Hopefully it goes away off to the side there. Anywho. So. Got skills here. The other thing we could do is we could put skills and attributes into their own thing and do the swappy widgety work in here. But they're going to need to be aware of one another an awful lot. Because a skill almost always is modified by an attribute, right? Just in every game you've ever played. So why don't we do this? We're going to rename you. Skills and attributes. We'll rename the package as well. Actually cancel that. Don't do anything with strings. What? Do that. And then this. That's right. This needs to do stuff because it's I can't tell if that's getting worse out there. We need to be able to load them, right? And have them ready. We need to load them from files so that other things can actually use them. That's going to be really important for them to know and have them like stored in memory, basically, right, on launch. Because map is going to use them both. Characters will need them. Status effects might need them too, right? So it sort of just depends. Status effects will need to be able to have attributes for sure if you're applying a um, a bonus or a malus, right? Let's check this really quick. Double switch? Yes. We switch on the type, and then we switch on the data type. Nothing showing up there. Can't tell if it's getting worse out there. Sean, a little further before I worry too much. Okay, so the and this is all kind of placeholder anyway. We have get skills. We'll need to get attributes. That's fine. This should probably be Worker am I using? It's just my own. Heard of OQ? No. OMQ? No. Never heard of it. This. I want you to be a skill manager. I don't know yet. Some of this might get moved because these guys are going to share a package. Getting too much into this weeds, though. We want to do the UI stuff before we worry about wiring it up. Yeah, I got to go close some windows. I'll be right back. All right. If it gets worse, I'll have to close the rest, but close some of them. Get ready for whether or not it comes this way. Let's go back over here. Attribute editor. We have access to editor here, so we have this stored in there. That's fine. That's right. That's why I was looking at this, because how do I want to do this? Organization-wise. The We're still going to have this because we're going to put things into this. Yeah, let's do... We need to do the cogent stuff here. Just going to copy this. And this. And then we'll need for now actually let's put, we were going to do attributes first. So we can do a new Go file in here. Put that in the wrong place. In here, attributes, we'll need our same deal, I think. And for a start, it'll just have a frame. We need to init. And then we're going to do what was the maker? Don't need these open just yet. Just left it open. We need the syntax for the maker again. What? Right, this because this one's kind of weird. We'll need to find this in menu bar. Menu bar will have it. There we are. It's a func. It's a plan. Tree.plan. That's what it was. And then it's tree add at the plan. Like so. Should be add, oops, at, and then, how do I want to do this? I think what I want to do is have here and then do this and the when we init you, the we need to have something defined here And we'll say you are 80% of the width by default. And actually, we don't need a max Y. We'll just let it grow to fit itself. So here we just do for s dot x ph just x equals aw dot max x, right? And we can do another frame off of W. Is that a lambda? It's kind of more of like a callback, I think, because whatever part of the framework handles init is going to end up calling it. Or like a closure kind of thing. The header will need a styler. And we want to we're going to set you to grow. But you can only be 10% of your parent height. And then we'll do inside of there. We'll also do center all. And actually this needs to be, no, this is fine. Not abilities, attributes, like so, right? And then we do on click of the header, right now, actually we do message snack bar off of the widget. That's fine. Just want to have an indicator that we have clicked it. And then over here, if we do this, we can do, these will go side by side by default, which is correct. Actually, the other thing we could do here is do this. Let's do it this way. Let's do, instead of this, we can do that. And we don't need this. This is that. Oh, this is width though. And that's not going to make, that's going to be a float 64. Yeah, okay. That's fine. And then in here, what we can actually do is say if aw dot active, then you're this, and on a init, Let's actually export this as well. So the framework will handle that setter. Otherwise, and this should be $20, let's just say for now. Then this becomes, oops, that. So we could log clicked, and then we could say, oops, call update on it. Over here, we'll do first, I need to go generate. And now we should be able to do we used that already, yeah. That's fine. New attribute widgets. You go into there, and then we actually don't need to store that just yet. It should actually be all we need to do a test of this really quick. Like so. Happen there. You should exist, and you should have height because you have a text in here. Let's inspect. See what I forgot. Attribute widget, editor, frame 0, attributes. So, text 0. Let's see, I did init you. You actually need shouldn't need that, but hey Shy Gamer, how's it going? We run you. Ask a question if you have a minute. You just did. Would you like to ask another? Oh, it's going, man. It's going. Like, this is going to be set to inactive by default, but that should be fine. It should still be something in there. Is it the Y? Even though it has things in there? No? That's confusing. Can I learn C++ with 60-hour course? I mean, you can learn something, I'm sure. What kind of game am I making? It's a MUD, multi-user dungeon. Right now we're working on the editor. Let's go all the way up here. Row is not set. Ah. I forgot. This actually... all of this, I think, needs to go on to... parent styler. Over there. Okay. So, the editor itself. Why are you not growing? What am I forgetting? Okay, you're there. You're tiny. Attribute editor. Why don't you grow to have size? You have a thing in you. You should be figuring that out. And then this can be just the X. Why would you not be growing to fit your content? Is it because of you? Do you confuse things? What if we just put you on W for the sake of a test? Really, really confused about that. The real book lover. What's up? Well, not much. What's up with you? Read any good books lately? Okay, so that correctly grows. Nah, why not? Started the book of shaders. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I've never done anything with shaders, but that's interesting. I don't understand what you're doing, but it's cool. That's fine. It's hard to jump into the middle of code and understand what's going on. I'm essentially doing the UI work to make this. It'll make sense in a little bit. And it made me sad. Why did it make you sad? there. Um, you do that, I think you're going to push out of the parent, though. Go. We'll do inspect. I should have put a border on you just for visibility's sake, right? I don't know if you've read it, but the plot line of a guy who has no idea how to understand anything he's looking at is too relatable. It's almost like it's actually happening in real time. I mean, that's just the beginning, right? That's how it be early on. Okay. So why do you? Oh, because I forgot to put this back in. You are on W. But like confusion is the beginning of understanding, right? If you're having trouble understanding what the book says, like I super relate to that because okay, now you go away. Interesting. What? Um, because I don't learn well from books either, and I find that usually you need to you need all of the context that the book already has for to understand the book, or at least a large portion of it. Complete jargon, yeah. It's like the first time I tried to program, yeah. And so I find that I need personally to do projects and find the things that are more interactive so I can kind of start to play with the thing and understand at a basic level how it's working. And then I can consume the book and actually get something out of it. So that's what I have learned about myself and how I learn and how it applies to that. You frame in W because you're supposed to be the parent, and let's also do a quick is it is set. I think we were doing 4 for our borders. Shy Gamer agrees with that. I think it's like that for most people. I think so too. I think a lot of people, especially in the programming space, I think it's kind of a big thing. Okay, so yeah, you're just tiny. You don't. That's really bizarre. Because grow should be saying grow if you have space. Otherwise, you should just be putting yourself in. And this should actually be it should also be X only. And then this you grow because you have a max Y. Ah, because your parent had no height. Okay. What if we just have you do on the X as well? And then we clamp your max Y. Hopefully things work. I think the layout is becoming confused. No, okay. think... Ah. You grow to fill the whole space. The rest of you... I don't think I necessarily want you to grow to fill the whole space, though. But... not you. What am I doing wrong with this? Holy cow. Not map editor. You're set to grow the full whole page. That's correct. You get added inside of there. You fill whatever percentage of the page you are allowed. And that part is working. If we run this, we inspect, you fill the whole height. That's correct. It's just that you, for some reason, refuse to grow to fit your content vertically. Is it this? Is clamping this in some way, shape, or form it is. Okay. Why would that be, though? Because... Oh, it's because you weren't growing on the Y. So we... think here about the squares. This is the main box. This should... Okay, yeah. Let's simplify this a little anyway. Let's make you the header. Let's put the border on this because we want it to fill the whole widget. We're going to end up taking Y out of there, I think, and letting it figure out its own size, but for now, this should be okay. This grows on the X. Center all. Get rid of that. You go into W. And let's actually put this up here now. The on click. Might still have issues with Y, I'm not sure. Nah, we're good, okay. And then if I click, not click, because I forgot to... It's not abilities, that's it, it's set abilities. True. Clickable. Then, like so. Okay, closer, closer. This is going to need... I believe set does... I can just set bottom. Or... So it looks more like a header. The text here... Um, is it both of those, or is it just clickable? Might just be clickable. We'll try both ways. We want the clicks to pass through it so that you don't have to click specifically off of that. Something still... Is it focusable? I don't think it is, but... Forget what is tied to the ability to highlight. Not that either. Is it dragon? No. Let's see. We did this in the... We went through all the pain and suffering in the template. Yes. Specifically, these forms on the text labels for them label slidable. Hmm. Should have left it open. False, slidable. I need to set read only as well, I think. There we go. Now, it's still intercepting my click, though. When it might be related to the type we set. You look at the text again. Normal cursor. Constants init. Selectable, double clickable, triple clickable, long pressable, slidable. Very selectable. Maybe. Maybe. We'll find out, right? Hello to you as well. That looked like a select to me. I don't think it's double clickable though. It would have to be like. Is there a better widget for this? Maybe I'm doing stupid. Talk to me about widgets. Documentation. I guess the other thing we could do is just try filling the whole thing as a button. But text. Yeah, I don't want to be able to do any of that. I just want it to be a label. Oh, actually, that might be the smarter way, because we were doing that over there. Set type. And then text label large. We have this as well. Headline medium, how about? See how that looks. Well, it's a better size at least. Still. How did these not? Slidable is false. Read only, we set, right? Yes. Here's what we're going to do. All of them. False. There. I don't know which one of them it was. Hey Ash, how's it going to you? For you? How's your Monday been? I'm doing okay. Just, playing more UI games. UI games, it sounds like it isn't as enjoyable. I mean, I enjoy the results. It's just upon occasion frustrating because I'm still bad at it. I'm just going to drop them a question here real quick, and I'm going to say, um, go toggle off all the default abilities that text has. Is there a smarter way to do this? Or is that the correct answer? Should say default abilities that the text has to make it non-selectable, highlights, clickable, etc. See if they have any wisdom. Hey Misha, how's you? I'm alright. Playing UI games. Okay, so we have that and we have them. But what we actually need to do here, so we've wired this up. If we're going to toggle between the two widgets, and if we're going to put these into their own custom widget, which I believe is going to be the case, I need to either make this able to do it, or, and then we have to toggle both, right? Or we need to listen to like a state thing, which might be fine. Apart from the fact that I pretty much almost got killed today, really good day. I mean, any day above dirt in that case is a good day, right? So what we could do here is set state, oops, to the active state, active. And then up here, on, not that, hand lost, focus lost. Thought I could listen to activity. Maybe I'm confused though. Unselect. I guess we could unselect. Select one versus. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to listen to that one. What is attend? Addressable element is programmatically set as attended through an event. Attention is like focus, that there is only one element at a time in the attended state that does not direct keyboard input. Primary effect of attention is on scrolling events. Okay. Maybe. either do a custom or which might just be the answer. Refresh my memory about how we were doing this in the edit bar. We mostly had built-in events, but there were some... Actually, no, they weren't in edit bar. They were in here. It was a custom event, and then we had to switch on it. But if we're going to do that, we might as well just do it all from here, right? It basically was one arm length away from getting hit by a car at pretty high speed, and to the outside world it would look like I ran in front of a car for no reason. Told a friend the story from my perspective and told him I would have preferred to get hit by the car with nobody thinking it was my fault than not get hit while everyone thinks I'm an idiot. Really have my priorities straight. I mean, I'm just glad you didn't get hit, right? Stuff happens. Be careful. So if I'm just going to do it from out here, then it doesn't even behoove me to do this at all. What I should just do is raise it and put this inside. Don't mess with strings. Don't mess with type gen. And then I would have set active and because I want to be able to do an update in here, right? That's why I don't let type gen handle it. Let's regen so the type gen gets cleaned up with that now pulled inside. The event needs to be, we're going to want a new file here for skills and attributes. That's going to be the stuff that's shared among the different files, right? It's all in the same package. This is just visual organization. Let's pull you over here. Skills. This all needs to come up, or over rather, here, like so. These guys can live, they can still they can stay here. This can stay here for now, but it's going to move eventually. I think to like a shared manager probably. But over here, we need I want to do this. I want to do that. That's what we did over here, right? No. How did we do this? There's a menu bar that had it. That's why. Menu event. And then we can switch on that and call these guys. Let's just call you an essay event. It's for skills and attributes. And do I want to do that? Yeah, probably. Probably do. Do this. We'll do... Not sure. Because this... Like, we could just raise an on-click for it. And maybe that's the cleaner way. I'm just worried about... hey, thanks for following. Appreciate that. I'm just worried about, like, events stepping on one another. But maybe let's try that first until it becomes an issue. And if it never does, then it never does. So I think everything else that I can think of off the top of my head should be able to be handled internal to that. Would have been a really weird accident, but do you know what is also a really weird accident? My NeoVim config. So I'm going to fix that and spend some time in lurk. See you later. Cool. Enjoy your lurk. Good luck with your config. May you find the promised land of configuration bliss. Yeah, I think we're gonna try just doing an on-click for now. Yes, this still needs to be here because we need to do aw.active equals b aw.update here so that we update the size. But I think we'd actually get away with restyle here because it's really just styling. Does not trigger a new update or layout pass. Ooh. It is kind of a structure. I don't know if that's... It should be a style because we're going to do hidden on the other stuff when it's collapsed, I think. So we do that here instead of doing this. And we don't need that anymore. And we won't need that anymore. What we're just going to do is pass it up by going handle event. And then up here, let's collapse this again. On click. set active, false. Um, except for it's not true. We're going to need to toggle here instead. So let's take that out. This is now just a flip. Because otherwise we won't know. We'd have to get the state and all that, right? So if we just do this, and then we'll toggle the skills as well. That way, everything works correctly, and I haven't totally screwed up. I should be able to... I'm not getting... Am I not getting... Annual event. You're registered on click. It might not be... Style might not be enough. Let's test that by doing... a quick snaky bar. If we were to do that, and we see... Yeah, okay. So it was firing the event correctly. This is just not sufficient. We need to do a full update. And then you toggle back and forth. Okay. We don't need that anymore since we got that working. Here, let's go ahead and do... I'm going to put this all off for right now. Actually, we can do... We can just scooch over here until we know what we want to do here. Just live over here. We'll pull back whatever we need to. This needs... be the same pretty much as a map, not a map, an attributes widget. In fact, let's close you for now. And I'm going to actually just pull you over. I want this. They tend to kebab case those, so we're going to do that as well. This and this. Become that. That. Skills. that now generate real quick. I'm gonna go take a quick second to grab a refill of my water. I'll be right back. There we go. It is hot today. Keep that water going. Okay, so this, let's get you out of there real quick. Skill widget. You also go in editor main. And then, for now, what we need to do, we'll bang in a to-do here. Store which was last active. So when you come back, it's still active. For now, till then, just set attributes active. And then the on click is that. And then we do and we could actually do even more. Let's just do that. That way they both have the ability to use the same thing. It's mostly good. Why not? Why use all? What we could actually do here. You're set to grow. What we could do is just do this, I think. Oops. It would be this. And it would be same here. Used why you don't want to live in the whole thing. That's that. That would cause you to do that, which is correct. Oh, please. Thank you. Huh. I'm reasonably certain that their layout stuff is kind of broken right now. Or things similar to that. That could be related, but the for now, I guess it's probably fine because you're growing as expected. If we centered all. Not totally convinced I like this layout completely, but it's close. Close to kind of what I want. We need to do let's do gap of 10%, let's say, just to see as a starting point. So they have a little bit of room between them. It's a little much. Go with 5, maybe. It's better. The other thing, let's do this actually needs to go in here with our other package-wide constants. Actually, let's do inactive padding. I think it's still float 32 though because it's all still units. And let's call this 25, I guess. No, it's not going to be. Maybe let's go 50. So here we also do vertical inactive padding. Do the same thing here. Uh, 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 Not quite. Right, because we put this on there. Let's do a margin instead. And we'll rename this accordingly. Yeah, okay. It's not bad. Not sure. But I like this. If we did this instead, it was just too much, I feel. It's also weird that it doesn't really apply until... Okay, yeah, there. That's better. And it launched with them at roughly the right. Whereas before, I think it had to recalculate the parent width or something. So it didn't update until you moved. But that's fine. Let's do a commit here. I like how it's shaping up so far. Rough in... Oops, that's not a quote. Rough in the... chains and the toggle logic. And then let's build this out a little bit. We will need now to care about the loading. Ink. So oh yeah, we're gonna mess with animation. Just because. I don't know if I want to though. Actually. Still let me take a look. Think. Like it's not really animated, but it almost feels animated. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we'll leave it there for now. Like if it got slower, it might be annoying. We do want to though, this little guy here. Set abilities. Hoverable. And then here we do if Hovered. Not that. It's this equals styles dot scheme. No, it's colors dot scheme dot surface container. And then let's do the same thing for attributes. Put you in there. Oop. One day I'll stop fat fingering that key. There we go. And run you. It makes the whole thing highlight though. And there's no clicky there, which, like, why would there be, right? I guess we could do, okay. We could do this. If you're not active, then this is true, right? That way, we pass that up. Not ability set, it's set abilities. Clickable. And then this. If we're active, only this is clickable. That. I actually don't even know if we need to do this. Let's find out. So this should just be skills now. That makes you active. Ooh, I forgot to do that. Okay, that's fine. That needs to go down here now if we're going to do it this way. Double check here. So if you're not active, bet something didn't clear the active, or hovered rather, state. But this is no longer clickable. This becomes clickable. This just doesn't get cleared. If we did not that, sw.set state false states dot hovered. That doesn't get... We're going to merge these into one custom widget and be able to set their properties inside of there in a minute. Because they're very much the same widget right now, and they're going to be, right? Just different things inside of them. Hey, Sai, how's it going? How's Monday treating you? So this doesn't need to be set because it's just going to pass it up automatically because we told it you're clickable in this state. How's the coding going? Not too shabby. Just playing some UI games, you know. Trying to hammer out something usable. If I'm active, I forgot to do set abilities. Oh, s.set abilities. True abilities dot hoverable. I wonder. Yeah, it's alright, gonna apply to some jobs soon? That sucks. Did I deal with that scrolling thing from last time? Which scrolling thing? You stay highlighted though still. What we need to do is actually, we can't just do this. Do call that, but also we say why did I put you in here? You don't need to be in here. Oh, you do, because this is only if you're active. That's not true. We want you to be this way always. All the way up, please. Thank you. Set state false. Start hovered. Do the file browser. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me run this real quick, and then we'll get there. Yeah, the scrolling was jank, as it tends to be right now. Okay. That, and then this is still the old behavior. But you, everything. Okay, cool. So what I did is I wound up just moving the way things got put into the widget and deleting the scrollable container entirely instead of putting the file browser widget into it. So if I come down, or up rather, if I come up here, I need to UI this as well, but we open this on a launch instead. So here, if we grab our test map and we scroll down to the bottom and then we close it, because we delete that and just put this into the parent widget entirely, the parent frame, without the scrollable ability, it just recenters everything for me automatically. It's a nice way to not worry about the janky scrolling code. Just had to rearrange things a little bit, but it's probably better anyway. That way, no style anything gets persisted, which should have been all taken care of, but it could have been an issue in the future. Maybe, who knows? Okay, so we need to pull you into we're going to pull you over here. But we're going to do this. Actually, let's do a commit here before we go tearing that apart. Refine clicking mechanics and UI. Instead of duplicating code, this will all... Actually, I lied. We need to do this first. This shouldn't change our type gen at all, I don't think. Might a little bit, as far as where things live. We're actually going to leave that in there for now. Like so. And... getting ahead of myself. All of this will come over here into this file that's become a mess. Except for... let's do a new file. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do an ampersand in a file name. Doesn't look like I'm allowed to do an struct name. We're just going to call you widget. Ignore stringy things. And we're going to just call you widget. And then these guys have to come over here instead. Not actually sure if I need them more than once in a package or not. When we get things tidied up a little bit, we will see if we need to. This is just going to be called header. We're going to have label, which is a string. Here, when we create you, I can't tell you, is it because you've already... Do I have to break these up? Seems so. This will be label. This can't be exported though, because I need to exclude that, refactor. I'm going to need to do I think I need to update you. Let's try without real quick and see. Everything else should be the same, I think. So down here, I need to type gen first to get all the new stuff in here. What are you up to today, Sai? More refactoring, or is it the applying to jobs like a today thing, not just like a soon TM thing? We go. Okay, now we can do new widget, and then can I actually do this? You would have to actually I can find you in type gen. How do they do that? Gonna head on a few hours. I want to apply in person. Oh, gotcha. So they see the resume. Right now I'm just refactoring vibing. Nice. Well, good luck with that. The market sucks. Add type. This doesn't have any public fields for it to set. I think they return the widget, a pointer to the widget as part of this, but I just want to make sure that it fits. It really does right now. It's actually kind of astounding how bad it is. Yeah. Yeah. It's so depressing. But keep your head up. Set log, return t. Yeah, so it just returns a pointer. So we can do the same thing. And they do this. I thought that's what they were doing. They do this so that we can do that the same way they do. We should be able to do the same thing here. Like so. Oops, that's not what I want. I want this one. Okay, so that's clickable. And this little guy's clickable, and everything works. Fantastic. Love it. And then I can come in here. And actually, there's nothing in here except for the widget. So we can just delete. We need the package line still, though. The rest of this can go away. And the same actually goes for attributes. We probably don't need this anymore for that. And I'm actually thinking, let me just test this. Let me put this over into, or no, it's already in skills and attributes. Let's take it out of this. And then we'll rerun typegen and see if it can just be in the package once. Your widget's still in there, yeah. So I think we can do that. Okay, perfect, awesome. Let's also double check and make sure that if we do this, oops, that's 2 dots, that it correctly updates, or if I need to call update there. I was wondering, what are the visuals that you plan for the actual game? Is it purely text-based? We add some visuals. I'm not the most familiar with MUD. Like 99.999% text-based, right? The client, I want to give it a map because that's just like good QL. Like all the more complicated MUD clients that people used to run would usually have mappers in them. And the ones that still exist today have like mappers and like a paper doll for equipment. So like I would like to give that sort of thing as an option and let you have some more info on the screen. The truest, purest form is just 2 text boxes, right? One that you can type into, one that you can read on. But all of the custom clients added extra things for more information on screen about status effects and about like clicking on equipment and stuff like that. And I would like to give those as options too. But yeah, there won't be like sprites and stuff. I'd be grateful for a map. I get lost easy, yeah, but I know that could be part of the game to lack a map. I mean, it could be, but I don't think mazes are really that engaging as a game mechanic in general. I think they're more frustrating than anything in most implementations I've seen ever. They're less frustrating if you have a map, for sure. One that, you know, like tracks where you've been, sort of thing. Oh yeah, right. Just checking that. And it does seem to be okay. Let's take this back. what happens if I doubt this is really going to matter, but I'm just curious if it would need to be updated or not after this. Okay, so it would be if you were to change like that, but that's probably fine. I don't know that that would be the case with any default widgets, right? Like if they pick up that change or not. It's fine. We'll leave it there. The actually, if we don't need to do the update, you will show where the player is on the map. You are here, or you make the player figure it out based on the landmarks. No, it will be a you are here map. In the absence of a 3D world, I don't find an analog map to be tremendously helpful. Because there's a lot of context you get from visuals, right? That are just totally lacking. If we don't need to update this, then we can export this. Mess with that. Just do that. And then regenerate. So it gets automagic. Oh, this should now work. Perfect. And then we don't have to maintain that. It'll get built for free anytime we go generate. Since we don't need to add our extra stuff. Fair enough. I suppose the games I think of without a mark are usually in a visual game where that different dynamic. Yeah, different dynamic. It's really hard. Like in a 3D game, you can look around and just continue to absorb the environment and the information it's giving you. I find it really, really hard to do the same thing in a text game. Like you can imagine the thing as it's describing a room to you, right? But it lacks that extra, sort of, you can just sit there passively, kind of, not really passively, but continuously absorbing information versus like rereading and have to re-envision. And especially when you're reading a thing, your brain kind of fills in anything it expects or skips over things that are weird or automatically corrects them in a way that you don't necessarily do with a visual thing. Like you can stare at a thing for a while knowing something's wrong with it versus reading. Okay, I'm reasonably happy with that. Let's do a quick commit here. Refactor widget into one that will skills and abilities. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. That's a follower goal even. Awesome. Love that. Thanks everyone indeed. I do really, really appreciate that. Let's set up our next goal. Okay, start new. Here is it. Oh, I didn't automatically change that. Right? It's exciting. And you... Let's go. See if we can hit triple digits. Okay. Totally got distracted. Okay, yes. I was doing command. Refactor widget into one that both skills and abilities can use. Just that's fine. Push you up. Did I delete you? Yes, I did. Okay, perfect. So, what do I want to do in this case? Let's just keep building the UI. We'll worry about wiring up everything. I gotta figure out how I want to do the file loading and stuff. And it seems like we'll need that shared manager object. Then again, on the other hand, not sure. Let's just continue building UI. We'll kind of chew on that in the background. Almost seems like we should just be doing it here and then providing it to the widgets. Could also tie it into events. Maybe somehow. Getting ahead of myself. In our widget, we need to have, so we've got our header. This we're gonna need set direction. Or no, it's s.direction. This is in a column so that we can stack. This is the body. And then don't think we need to do anything with this. Do I want to do... Probably want a maker for this. Because what we can do is we're always going to have the... Ooh, we need to know... For now, we'll just do them both. I was thinking, like, one side, the list should be on one side, and the other side, the other. So that they're kind of like mirrored. But maybe we don't need that. Maybe it's actually better to have them samey same. We'll go with that for now. We'll see if we hate it or not. This is the item list, let's say, call it. And it's a frame. This one does need a styler. The overflow, yes. Set styles that overflow scroll. That's what it is. You if that's going to be the case, this will need this. This needs to be grid, 2 columns. You need to grow. And you need to be, let's just say 20 for now, percent of your parent width. And then we do how do we want to do this? We need this to be they'll take slightly different structs. Let's push that off for just a second. Let's get the layout finished. In fact, you're going to need slightly different structs in both places, right? Both in the list and in the center pane with the form. We have a list widget, but I don't think it's going to do what I want. I want like tiles, not kind of like we've done before, not this stuff. This button. Yeah, that's not. Don't think that's suited. Let's try. So what we need to do is put this in here though first. We say if dot active add at but you're not here, you're inside of the bodies maker. There we go. Item list, this is item pane, I guess. And it's a frame. And we do, for now, we'll grow. And that'll just take up the rest of the space. And then we do inside of here. Let's do item form, let's call it. I don't know if this will show up. We don't have a struct. But that would be kind of ideal if it did. Let's not do that. Let's just do a little margin around it and see where that gets us. Okay, yeah, no. Forget to put anything around it. That's fine. In here, we have our header, we have our body, which has nothing in it, so it's not gonna be. It's fine. This list. Set right. We've kind of been doing a 4 display pixel border in general, so let's just keep that up. It's not. Is our body not growing? Ah, I forgot to tell it to. That's the reason. Okay, perfect. Ish. We have a gap there. Why do we have a gap there? It's because I didn't set gap to 0 in body up here. Can do that, I think. Yeah. There we go. That fixes that. Now, actually don't want this to have a border on. How do I want to do this? We want this style to change depending on the active state, because we want them to be in the middle if we're not active, not focused on that one. So we would need to do is say if this is active, we limit that, and we give it a border. And then up here, we also need to do center all. Maybe we can get away with that. Did that break that? Ah, it's because the center all, I bet. Look at this. And if we look at this, the body item list gets pulled over there. So we also need to do this inside of this. But this is actually backwards. If it's not active, we center all. Yes, good. Now, next thing we need to do is get this all wired up. If we do it's not that, it's going to be this should give us set form. And then here we can say if form isn't nil, set struct. Because I don't want to call you form. I actually want you to be struct. Exclude that. The rest of it looks okay. Do that. And then we would need to little slow down there, some dropped frames. Hopefully everything's kosher. Did we survive? I think we survived. Okay, good. So we get the struct. If we type gen now, we should get set struct. That'll set the form to it. what we will need, and put you in attributes first. What we decided. And over here we have some placeholders. So we have a skill type already. Perfect. Okay. So we can do an attribute, which is a struct. But do we have in our config manager attributes? We already have an attribute struct. Okay. Except that's going to be kind of gross. But we're going to make use of that for sure. The um hmm. Just because this is going to be hard to handle, right? But let's we can duplicate a struct. That's fine, probably. It's just not going to be this. It'll look similar though. And if I look at my form, there is, yeah, display edits. That's what I want. So this will be ID. It'll just be a string. We're going to get rid of the JSON stuff. But this will be a minus. And we're not going to be able to use a form for this ultimately, but it'll be fine for now to get a test up, or a basic implementation up. And we won't be able to use a form because this help text, we're going to want to have that be a text editor so that it's a bigger window to have a good description, right? Because the description should be longer. And we should impose some character limits on this, probably, but they should be pretty generous. We probably want the description also to be a text editor, right? Because they should still be friendly to edit, and a text field is not. Maybe, we'll see. But for now we can do this. And it should be okay. And we'll need a spinner as well for for the skills to associate attributes to them. But for now, we can do some temporary attributes in the same way that we've done these, and we have a couple of placeholders that we can play with. Not an editor, server, config, attributes. Name description, help text, name description, help text. Okay, perfect. So here we can do must parse that. Oh, right, because skill. Actually, I probably want this to be, because we already know that we're going to need to tweak this. So if Cogent gets confused about how to display it, I don't care. It'll be fine. It's pretty good now. What part? What is pretty good? Ah, get some ads. I'm gonna use the restroom and refill my water while we have ads. I'll be right back. There we go. Oh, when the frames were dropping for the stream. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. It dropped a little bit, and now it's back up. It's a little internet blip, I think. Appreciate it though. No updates right now, thank you. I'm busy. Okay, so we'll need at least 2. Oh, I didn't finish this one either. totally squirreled. Okay. And for now, this will do. And this. Oop. Drop quotes. Like so. Now, let's figure out. So there's a couple things we could do. To start, we could put the it needs to be reloadable, right? It needs to get triggered to update. And I'm wondering if I want to reference in the widget to the manager and just be able to read or what. For now, I think actually I can't have a struct as a pointer to an interface here. I can do instead, just to start us off, a list of interfaces. And this takes any, so that's an interface. So what I can do is in the list here, we can just say for I, and we can just do I, range of SW dot. It can't really be struct. What did I name it? It is still struct. It needs to be data or data list, I guess maybe. Data list. And then I can do add at P. We'll do and just do this in here, I think. We'll sprintf it, and it'll be item frame, and then we'll probably also need this. So we add these guys, and they will be, this needs to center all, for one, because it's the this. Everything within it. The styler on W. And then we can do s dot grow. Just the X on this one. And then I want to do this. I want to do you're a grid. It's not direction though, it's display. Columns are 2, so that we have like a label and then the word for the value. Except for, I don't want you to completely fill this actually. Let's not do that for now. We'll just let it size itself, hopefully. No, it's gonna... Margin set, horizontal. 25, I guess we'll start there, that's fine. Then we have a label. New text off of W, set text to data list I dot right, because you're an interface. We need to, how do we want to do this? If we type assert before we do this and continue on a failure, yes. Okay. But we can't type assert. Because there's no type, it's just interface, and this needs to work for both things. So what we need is actually a list item type. And then we can do my little Patty spacery deal just fell off my keyboard. Back on there. How dare you? There we go. We have to implement this method with these guys. So, easy enough to do. And we're doing attributes first. So we need an ID, which returns a string. Why can't I? Oh, right. So this would break the form complete idea completely to start with. Maybe that's fine. Maybe I can't do that because it'll break my temp. So we'll do this. We refactor. Ignore strings, please. Name was weird. Okay. Don't mess with my strings. Mess with my strings. One more. Making these non-exported is going to totally bone me for using the form to test with, but it is what it is. You get? Okay, good. Now we can do this. And you... I think you give me an empty string if you're not a thing, which is fine. We need a name. Description. And we will eventually need the spinner field, but for now we can just rock with this. You get empty. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I think you're right. Which is fine for a test. We want to make that a little nicer eventually, but they also shouldn't be in here without an ID, so maybe it's fine. And then we should be able to, if we come up here, this will actually be, I forgot to fill in this. That's fine. This has an ID. And it has a name. And we have help text. And then this can be the name. Because I didn't do this. Yeah, it's fine. Name. And then we can do, I don't even need to do anything stylized with this. I don't think. It's up here because we want to go first. Set text, name. Set the text. Description. Description. You should have been the label, but that's fine. You are help text. Now, let's run this. Nothing. I didn't give it anything. That's all right. We also need to go generate because the data list is exported. So we'll just let the framework generator fix that. Go. How far am I in my project? We're building the editor that will help us to think more game thoughts, and push the server development further because it'll be easier to interact with rather than just JSON files. So kind of early. There's still a lot of stuff missing, but it's all iterative, right? So over here, set data list to, because an attribute's not, oh, you're not, export you. We'll do that for now. Like so. Far enough to back down? No, I refuse. Does not implement list item. That's not true. ID name description. ID name description. Far enough to not back down. Yes, pretty much. For better or worse. And it's a stupid project because brain skip the important part, not, right? It's a stupid project because, like, who plays a MUD in 2025, right? A handful of people. But it's a compelling project for reasons I can't explain. It's a lot of fun to work on. You... I bet you it's because... because these don't look the same in memory. This needs to be this, and this needs to be ID method has a pointer receiver. Oh. Why would that matter? It shouldn't matter. And then... No? So I need to do that. If I was to do that, would I then... Yeah, then it would be a problem still. Okay. Leave it there for now. It's really just a temporary placeholder, and I don't particularly care up until I do. I believe it's because they will look different in memory, and it can't automatically swap them around. Okay. Why am I missing attributes? You have no child objects. Generics on the way, move aside, right. Why didn't you get anything in there? Data list. Wondering if I have to update after they get put in there to make them figure out. No. That sort of implies that it didn't think that this had data. And it indeed does not think it has data. No, I lied. Okay, that's the second one, right? Because we never called on the skills one. But it should be in attributes. Do you see that? Item list. Adding item just for fun. That doesn't fire. Why doesn't that fire? Is it because I need to use add in this case? I don't think so. Let's actually look at the way they did form. Because form, okay, fine, whatever. You want to live there, fine, live there. Form reuses reflection, but it does indeed add label number. They use add at. Yeah, struct fields len. Shouldn't need to len it though, right? Should be able to just do it through range. Should be fine. Then tree add at for that. This should fire. Let's just make sure I'm not completely insane. Because it didn't log when we put it inside of the add at. So it's like that wasn't getting called. Yeah, this loops twice. That's correct. Shouldn't be because I put you inside of this other maker. And we fired an extra update just to be sure. Debug through Golang wouldn't work. It gets complicated because this is UI stuff and the framework does stuff, right? And there's a lot of async that happens. So it might work, but wonder if it's because it runs this first, finds it empty. So what if we do my length is greater than 0. I do this. Yeah, it doesn't it's not fire. If I was to look at this a little bit more. This is at the root, so that might be part of the problem. Because I'm doing this funky double maker thing. Maybe that's my issue. But this gets run, obviously, since it has... Actually, does this get run? That is an assumption. Let's just find out. We will do that. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. What if we take that out? And we just do... So we add the body. This is all inside of there. Yes. But this needs to be inside of there. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Let's find out. Hmm. Okay. So I'm not allowed to do that either, which does make a degree of sense. But confused why this sometimes works. Actually, we can double check and make sure. Body, yeah, item list only. No. Which it isn't on the initial run, but do update you when we toggle you. And that would require a plan. The other thing we could do is pull this apart a little bit more. I don't want to if I don't have to, though. It just returns if that's nil, which makes sense. But value. See, where else would I find a example of how they have done this for complicated widget? Don't know that I would. Okay, so we would need to pull this out. And because this is the simplest way, I think we will. So that you all live inside of here. And I think I'm just missing one more of them. I wouldn't do that. I know what I'm doing, I think. Oop. We had one extra one there. Okay, that's our maker. We do that. You come out. There we go. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so when we do this, we just build the body. This becomes in just a frame. We'll call you you go off a W. We still style you. This won't work though. Crap. Yeah, we still just am I being stupid? we would come through here, and instead of doing this, we would add a new frame off of, again, no, actually I lied, off of list. And then this would be list item styler. You all would go into list item. Okay. We got stuff at least. We would need to make you. You're not columns. These all need to go into hue. The list. And you need. No, you need to go side by side. You're fine. Your grid. Ah, you're not. You're not a grid at all. You're a grid because you have those two. You just need to be column. You don't need to be a grid either. You can go side by side. You're only a grid because we want you to be each item, each pair. Okay, closer. These are just not wide enough. Let's make sure. I really should have become a farmer. Did Vim win again? We don't want to center. We don't want to center all here. We're gonna make this body list. List is going to be kick you up to 30. Give you guys a little bit of a border, make you a tile looking thing. We don't need this anymore. It's obviously working now that we've pulled it out of those makers. You might need to be told to grow on the X. Perhaps. Get a dog. Whoop, full screen got me again. Get a dog. Gather an experience of touching warm dog poo through the plastic bag. Being a farmer is 100 times that experience. Hi, Pluck. How's it going? How's things been? How's guitar? How's all the things? You grow on the X. little better, a little better. Guitar is progressing. Finished a bench over a weekend, so I can play in front of the house to assert moral dominance over the neighbors. Nice. Are you a habitual hobby woodworker, or is that just a need-driven thing? These guys need to grow as well. But that's very much a placeholder, so that's fine. We'll put this into a custom widget and drive all the behavior. Yeah, it would be a mess to do now. It's fine. Worry about that in a minute. We don't need to center all, though. I was wrong about that. We need to center for sure, but it's not. It's sets line content center. Not a line. It's justify. I learned it from my grandfather and in school a long time ago, so now I'm enjoying doing it every time I need to build something awesome. I built my current desk. I also enjoy it when it has a purpose. Okay, there we go. No, I lied. What else is centering? Did I put that on the wrong spot? You grow both ways. Justify content to the center. If you're not active, center all. Is that getting boogered up, perhaps? Still no. Okay. Okay, but why? Column, yes. Content center. Justify center, that is. Start, auto. That shouldn't be true. This actually needs to go up here anyway. But I do actually have a dog. U of M is actually not the problem. I mean, in IT, the software is 99% of the times not the issue. Every time I want to set something up, the first 15 minutes I spend throwing my problem at ChatGPT, get a solution, paste it in there, nuke my entire config. Then for the next 15 minutes, I look at the issue myself and eventually figure it out. You might wonder why I still try to ask the AI. Well, I'm asking myself the same question every time. What if you just stopped asking the AI? What if we tried that? What if we just engaged our brains? Justify to the center. Along the main axis. Same as direction for flex for grid, the main axis given by the writing direction, row rise. It's because it's in column, I think. Do I even need to do this? Actually, come to think of it. Got it right. Otherwise it wouldn't. They'd all be over to the left. I wasn't seeing that at all. And yet, they behave correctly without it. Okay. I wonder if that's just part of column direction. Maybe. I'll take it though. So, it might also be the fact that I have the margins. Now I'm curious. Is the margin. Okay. But that means you have a bar, it doesn't actually scroll horizontally. If we set the margins again, we don't actually have a bar that's lit up. Okay, that's weird, but I'll take it. I would like a little bit of a gap and the top to have a little bit of a breathing space. Oh wait, oops, I screwed that up. Do that instead. Well, I believe I'm a part of Gen Z, so I just have to get with the trend and be brain dead. I mean, you don't have to. You could buck the trend. Okay, I don't feel like that gave me my gap. It gave me my padding I was happy with. Oh, it's because this needs to be like 10. Two, what was I thinking? Silly mongoose. A little better, a little better. Bump that up a little more. It's either 15 or 20, I bet ya. Get over there. That's better. And then if I minimize you. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Not too shabby, all things considered. Okay. Let's do... I don't think I need generate, but let's do it anyway, just to be sure. We'll do a commit for this. And we'll do a widget for this information. Uh, oh. Apparently, combat out stuff. Break stuff. Interesting. And I actually don't have a placeholder either. Oh, because I put you on W, is that it? No, that should have been right. Still can't get used to the fact that people born in 1995 are adults now, right? Why do I not? We do need to solve that. Why don't I have a placeholder text in here? Check. Double check a check. The body frame 0. Yeah, just frame 0. Not... We already know this is junk anyway. Should be lots of room in body. Well, would you be surprised that people born in 2003 are not only adults but already 21 years old, physically at least? Yes. Time is crazy. Pretty much just physically. Mentally, we're all like toddlers. Well, that'll happen. What IDE code editor am I using? Goland by JetBrains. I shouldn't actually need this. Take that out. And make sure that I can correct in not needing it. Is this Linux as well? Yes. Yeah. Didn't think I would need that. But why? I wonder if... What the... Bet you it's just not rebuilding it. Even though update is called. I'm betting that I need to um, to have a widget that exists and then do um, set state to the active state's invisible, but this is going to be inverse. So if it's active, if it is active, state's invisible is false. I really like the way you write code. Would love to show itself to my clean code guru professor. I think he would just start crying. Why is that? Here's placeholder. Good. And then if I, then you go away, you get one. And life is happy. Okay. So conditionally adding things to the tree seems to be kind of screwed. Some of my methods are longer than my entire attention span, or your attention span. Like, this just has to be the way it is, right? We need to do a lot of things in here. And we wouldn't really gain anything by extracting a lot of this. Like the whole, you know, your method should be 10 lines long. Nah, I don't think so. Like, shorter is better if you can, if it makes sense. But if it doesn't, then why? So let's do, that's fine. Let's do a commit. Rough in the item tiles. That's what. Item tiles and body of the widget. Now, do I want this to live in here? I think the answer is yes. Do I want it to be a full-on custom widget? That I don't know. I think probably. Because we're going to want to make these things clickable, hoverable. We're going to like simulate a button with them almost. And we're not going to use just a built-in button because that limits our what the internals can look like, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Would read your init method and after 50% just say, well, that's it for the day. My professor even teach us the 3 to 4 lines per method way. I think didn't pay much attention, especially funny because he loves Java. So a lot of method have at least one line of boilerplate. So his code must just be 25% method declarations. I mean, yeah, maybe. Like, they need to be as long as they need to be, right? Um, like this line, right, or this set of lines. There's 6 lines here, and if I didn't want to do anything special with this, like they would just have to be there. I'm creating an item for each one of those, right? Right? You want to put them on all the same line or something silly like that? Like we're not playing code golf, you know? Like all of this, there's no way to do this without a bunch of lines. It's a styler that all has to set a bunch of different properties, you know? You want to pull this out into a function that's specifically just for creating this thing? In this case, yes, we do, but normally we wouldn't gain anything. We'd just be wrapping the library function and making an inflexible thing, you know? Clean code has a lot of good ideas, but like it makes a lot of assertions about things that are hard and fast rules that I don't think I agree with. Shorter, better, yes, when it makes sense. Um, yeah, let's do a custom guy for this. So what we're gonna have is, I want my types at the top. Do I want to be? I could almost break this up into different files, but I do want to, I think. Well, if I did that, it would have to be a different package, and I don't want to do that. That doesn't make sense in this context. Because it's going to need to take the struct that's declared to the package level. So instead we can do, put it in a different file though. We'll call you item tile. Just so that we keep this tidy. We need a type for it. That, and then we'll do look at the skills as well here. ID, name, description, help text, all the same. This will be the only difference. And we can take care of that. That's not a problem. The I don't want to do this. I think we tie it to a struct. which is specifically to a list item. And then we allow that to generate a set struct. We do that back over here to our widget. This will become this list item. So I actually hate it because of scope. You would have one big method that declares an object, for example, that it needs to work with. You split it into 3. Now you have to present the variable to the whole class by defining it in a global scope, then have an extra method for creating the object or create it somewhere else and hand it over. I'm just a noob. There are probably better ways to handle that, but in my mind, nothing but unnecessary complexity. I haven't done a ton of Java in a very long time. I've done a little bit of C#, but that's been a while. The object would be a class variable normally, though, I think, right? Like it'd be a property of the class thing, and then you would just do your operations on that class thing. Or it would be a bunch of different variables for class properties. And then I don't know if Java has it, but C# has like automatic getter setter syntax sugar stuff. I can't recall exactly how it works now. But you do like a curly brace after you define it, and then get semicolon set, I think. This styler needs to be the same, basically. No, sorry, this is the list. This is list item. It needs to be basically the same as this. And then maker takes that. Ah, it's func. Got that part. There we go. Add at p. You can be name. That's fine. And then actually, yeah. Oops. Not what I wanted. Too many shift keys. Being indecisive. So here what we can do is give it a styler, because we want you to be you actually don't need this to be here. We need this to be here. Jesus. What's honking there for? One sec. Be right back. See what's up. I don't know what that must nothing to do with me. Must have been somebody else. Nobody's here, so okay. So you need to be the one that's gridded because you are the line. Which can I do? But it makes sense to pull a line out. If we did um label val pair, let's say we did do that, and then we can do could do that. Let's not call it that though. Call it add line, I guess. And then we can pull this over here. So it'll apply a styler to the parent. It'll do no, we need to do a styler here, so let's call you label. You're a new text. Your parent is parent. Set text is label. Ah, right. Like so. We do set it grow on the X. We say that you can only be 25%, let's say. And then a new text, also in the parent. Set text is val field, styler. Set you to grow on the X as well. And then what we can do is just do add line W, and then this is the struct dot it shouldn't be a pointer. We'll just do the name in this one. So it's name and then that, and then do the same thing here. We had another one. And then that. Help text. Same deal. Add a line. Go on to W. Actually, these should be not you. You. Not that either. Struct dot help text. Like this. The extra right in there. The let's see here. I do get why software engineers are always burning out. If all of these you should use this language framework discussions would be stupid exhausting enough, we need to discuss method length. Really don't like this scene. Really have to practice my skill not to give a crap before I fully join. We burn out for other reasons. Like that is more of a Twitter thing, right? All of that is more of a Twitter thing. Slash sometimes you have internal arguments, but you're gonna go reading again, so have a great day. You do the same. And we'll catch you Friday maybe. This we're just gonna do that. It'll be fine. You don't need that though. What are you mad about? Oh. And then if we don't even have the thing, so it's fine. We'll leave it for now. We'll add it later. We need to go gen. So that we get our new stuff. There we go. And now in our widget, we can do, instead of this guy, we can do new item tile off of list set struct to data list I. And then I forgot to Not style. Direction. Column. And something else didn't grow because I forgot to tell it to. That grows. I believe it's this. This needs to grow across to its full parent width so that the others can grow correctly within them. Like that. And then let me just double check. Because I have to put you inside a. Might have to. The other thing is, these will be different widths, right? Do that. But you grow, you grow. Why don't you grow? You grow. grid, 2 columns, add you to the parent. I don't think it's that. Oh, you know what? This is the same. Bet you this is the same issue I was having in the menu bar, which I have a bug open for, but they haven't looked at yet. They haven't gotten to it. That's a little better at least. And actually, we don't even need the spinner for this view, so that's even better. But the this feels like the same issue I was having where the grow doesn't take into account the change of the widget or something like that. I forget the exact thing. It feels like that should be plenty. For it to fit, right? If I make you wider, you eventually fit. Then if we look at you again, yeah, y'all are snuggled and not growing to your full potential there. But also it could be related to each line being different. They're not. They're full. Looks like crap though. But if we get rid of the grid, we don't actually need a grid because they're in one line now. That might be part of it. Like, why? Why don't you grow like you're told? You were told. I guess I could do take that out and let the other thing grow, and then this thing just gets to be whatever it be, whatever it needs, right? As long as we justify them to the end, well, then it looks even worse. I don't like that anyway. I don't love that anyway. The other thing I'd do is put this into a grid like we were. How do we do that in the edit bar? Because we use that for the form. Editor, map editor, keep you open. Edit bar. We did that when we did the it's the connection edit widget. Delete button. Here we are. We did a min and a max. We did. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, not you. So here, right here, and then here, like that. Because you grow, that should be figure outable, theoretically. They kind of discourage that, but doesn't work, it doesn't work. I like that much better. It's still a little bit. At least everything's even now, right? It's still a little bit squooshed. We can fix that. And now they get the correct links at least. So we just need to do, I think it was like 30. It's closer. Might have to go a little bit further, but double check. You indent weird. Actually, I should have. Yeah, that's just a text thing, I think. Give you a little bit more room. A little better. A little better. Just a little weird that it has an indent there. I think set to start. That's fine. We're going to also do overflow hidden on both of these guys. So if they overflow, then they overflow. In fact, I almost want to take the help text out, because that's just going to be too long. No way you slice it right. This can be like an elided sort of deal without hurting anything too much, I think. It's just mostly there as a reminder to you of what it is, right? I like that better. I think I want some padding on here, but that's getting much, much closer. This guy up here. Let's go like 5. Doesn't need to be a ton. Just enough to kind of inset everything a little. Maybe just a little bit more. I was really happy with this, I think, vertically, but horizontally, try 10. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Let's do a quick commit here. Break out the tile into a custom, the item tile. Out. Break the item tile out into a custom widget. Like that. Now we need to do, and in fact I will add myself to do the we don't want these to be clickable when they are collapsed, right? If you click on it, it should go over. To the that tile should expand, right? Oops, sorry, that half or whatever should expand. The but we need to do when they are expanded. Handle making these look clickable. Make these not clickable when parent widget is not active. Or make clicking set. No, we're going to give you a spinner. It should be fine. What else do we need to do with these guys? I think that's all we need to do with them. For now. That's the next steps, at least. Is there anything else we need to do with these guys? I don't think so. I think we're good. But that's going to take us to almost 4.5 hours. Normally, I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So if you like this kind of thing, if you show up on Friday, roughly now, but 4 hours ago, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing that. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, have yourself a great week anyway. Maybe we'll catch you some other time. Thank you for everybody who came in, hung out, and chatted away. It was great.